What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at the Polderbaan. Bit windy today, July 14th, 2024. Polderbaan, at the moment the only runway in use for arrivals. First airplane of the day, arriving from Swiss. Helvetic Airways arriving from Zurich, Embraer 190. And you already saw the next airplane coming this way. The first heavy of the day. It is a Dreamliner from TUI arriving from Cancun in Mexico. 9 hours and 9 minutes underway. The PHTFJ, 9 years old. First flight January 2015. Let's see. Big picture wise, it is a bit cloudy. It's not completely overcast. We do have some blue in the sky here and there. Also expected to stay dry. The Pearl has arrived. Big picture wise, this is what it looks like. The sun will shine again pretty soon. We have cloudiness all over. As you can see, wind is approximately blowing from this direction. No precipitation in the immediate vicinity. We do have some interesting airplanes coming this way. Let's see, the chat is working, the stream is working. We have the weather. Wind blowing between west, southwest and south. At the moment 12 knots, 4/4. A few clouds at 1100 feet. The temperature is 18 degrees C. Wind is expected to peak around noon, beginning of the afternoon, and is staying more or less in the west-southwesterly corner. We're standing over here, Polderbaan, only runway in use for arrivals, runway 27, the secondary runway when inbound peaks occur. And we're expecting the KLM Orange Pride, first of all, in a couple of minutes. 10 minutes out, is already in the vicinity. Suriname is sending an A330 from Maleth Aero this time round. The Delta A350 Team USA is on its way from Atlanta to Johannesburg, and Jesus will not be bothering us. Jesus takes the day off and is flying to Corfu. The A380 flying over Turkey, expected around 1:15. And from the left we have Atlas Air, that's the 7478 arriving from Miami, and also arriving from Miami. And the airplane we're going to wait for is the Cargolux Retro, expected around 1:30 in 3 hours and 41 minutes according to flight radar. So yeah, that's what's in store for us today. Let's wait and see. Looking forward to seeing the Cargolux Retro livery. It's been a while. I did find a picture of it which I used as a thumbnail on a windy day. Now it is also a bit windy, though not as much as on that day. Although with the wind maybe turning a little bit more to the west and increasing, we might get to see some crabbing later. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke currently looks like this. And we have a bird control get together. K1 and K4. Lovely cloud formations. the meantime, a good morning to all who have joined in the meantime. Our next airplane coming in. That is an A320neo Sky Express arriving from Heraklion, Greece. We also have something outbound passing overhead. Now the mic today is residing in the blimp, so it's not pointing along with the camera. You probably won't be hearing a lot of this airplane, since the wind speed is already in the double digits. The wind rumble gets mitigated more effectively with wind speeds such as these with the blimp. Sky Express coming in from Greece, Heraklion, flight 8250, 3 hours and 20 minutes underway. Brand new airplane, began flying in June this year, so really new. Frank says we still hear it. Cool. Morning one and all. Morning one and all. The PHBVA now in the vicinity of The Hague. QJ says that's nice. Let's see, yeah. Flying a bit off the coast, so not sure if we will be able to see it once it comes closer by. We'll see. We'll see. Hey there, Mrs. Professor. Happy Sunday to you too. Jos, goedemorgen. Jos is asking about runway use on Monday morning. Well, that depends on the wind. We can have a quick look. Windfinder says that the wind will be more or less from the southwest to south tomorrow, so that will probably mean same runway use as today. Pretty sure it's going to be the same as it is today. Right. You guys are struggling to find Jesus. Well, let me spread the word. Here, it says the registration over here. Jesus. Well, I've done my good deed. I've helped people find Jesus today. I think it's time to wrap up. That is Aer Lingus in the Irish rugby team livery that we happened to catch taking off from runway 24. Good morning, Rafael. Good morning, Rosa. Bill is voting for loud Delta A330s today. I second that vote. Now, in the meantime, the KLM Orange Pride, it should be flying somewhere west of us, somewhere over there. But where? I think the clouds are probably in the way. Ah, got a German-speaking young bystander here who is also watching the airplanes. He already says that it is further up ahead. Obviously, Grandpa has missed it. Maybe we will see it when it flies base, if it isn't going too far to the north. Yeah. Needle, haystack, you know the drill. Well, and it keeps moving to the north still. No sign of it turning base yet. Hey there, Versace, morning. Finn-errr A359 fan, morning. And of course, Ashton Wolf and Marja, good morning. Hadi Tina, goedemorgen. Dirk, goedemorgen. Right. Looking for the orange pride. But it is needle haystack story here. It is now flying base. I really think that the clouds are interfering. If you check the meter, you can see that the altitude the clouds are at is right at the altitude the airplanes are flying at when they are approaching the glide slope between 2,000 and 3,000 feet. I'm moving the camera along with where Flight Radar says that the orange pride is flying, but really there is nothing to see. I wish there was. Okay. Well, the orange pride has been spotted, but the clouds are definitely in the way. Well, I'm going to turn the camera to the glide slope, keep the shot a little wide. As soon as I spot it visually, I can zoom in on it. Another one of those days. Also, a warm welcome to Rosa X, who just became our latest Aurora Skylines member. Thank you for choosing AMS Live, Rosa. Hope you like it in the lounge. Be sure to use the Orange Pride custom emoji that is now at your disposal. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The PHBVA Orange Pride. Gear is extending. Arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. Hey, Lisa, also in the chat. Morning from windy Texel. Well, over here it is windy too. Probably not as much as on the islands in the north. Right, let's get that chat orange. Morning Malky. Hey there Mike, Peter, Adri, Omar, Andre, German Monster. Welcome one and all. It is the PHBVA Orange Pride flying from Johannesburg today. The PHBVA, 16 years old, first flight January 2008. 777-300 Errrr. 10 hours and 33 minutes underway. KLM flight 592. It is crabbing ever so slightly. And here I was thinking we could do without image stabilizer. Let's quickly put that back, turn that back on. Mitigate some of the rumble. The shudder. Hey Hans, guten Morgen aus Gildehaus. Und Annelies, Grüße zurück. Andrea DE, good morning. Tuning in from sunny Stuttgart. Lois, good morning. Jeroen, goedemorgen. Oh shit, Patrick, beterschap. Throat infection. Ah, Adri is able to read the chat. His eye got laser surgery on Friday. Excellent. Hope the recovery is going well, mate. Now, look at that. Alan all dressed up on his profile picture and also gifting a membership. Thank you so much, Alan. What was the occasion for being so dressed up? Looking good, mate. And welcome to the Aurora Skylines, James. I see who is the recipient of the gifted membership. Mark, good morning. Tetarik, good morning. Good morning, Ken. Hey, Barbara, also in the chat. Guess I found you. Welcome back, Barbara. It is a windy day here today. Saw a question about why aren't you hearing the airplane noises as much? Well, when it is windy and the wind speed is double digits, I use this contraption to put my microphone in. It is very effective at mitigating the wind rumble that you ordinarily would hear when it is windy, but it means that you lose directionality. Normally speaking, the microphone would be attached to the camera, so if I move the camera along with the airplane, so too would the mic, which probably results in a bit louder noise. I can maybe put the volume a little bit higher. You have to be careful that when the reversers do get applied, that it doesn't overdrive. That's always the risk. Our next airplane is from Turkish. It is a Dreamliner, Turkish Airlines flight 1951, arriving from Istanbul, and behind that, although not yet visible, is a Chinese triple. Arriving from Shanghai. Might get loud. Oh, and thank you, Dirk, who says congratulations on the 20k. And also, Dirk says, here I thought the wind direction was a factor. No, you're absolutely right, mate. That is also a factor. The wind is blowing away from us. So when the wind is blowing from the east, the airplane noise is louder, absolutely, because then the sound also gets blown towards us. It is blowing away from us, but I think the most determining factor right now is the use of the blimp versus just the small dead cat. But with wind speeds like they are today, it would have been a terrible rumble, and now it is much quieter, and that's the upside. At least you can hear the airplane noises better without the rumble that you otherwise would hear. Alan says, I went to a wedding here in the Cotswolds and it was beautiful. Ah, so that was the occasion. Beautiful. Cotswolds is a bucket list of places to go to. I've heard good things about the Cotswolds. Chinese triple now also visible in the background. There's an Embraer 190 now looking to become number 3. After that, a KLM 787-10 Dreamliner. See that Evan is also back in the chat. Top of the morning, y'all. Always look forward to the orange Pride plane. Were you there in time to see it, Evan? Because it did already land just now, a couple of minutes ago. Morning, Wolfie. Laleinders, good morning. Julian, good morning. Jack, good morning. Hans, goedemorgen, good morning. So, around 1:30, Cargolux Retro 747 is expected. Probably is going to be the last airplane of the day. Very much looking forward to that one. That is a beautiful airplane. Right, so on my camera I see that the audio levels of the airplane passing by just now were still a bit low, so maybe I can pump up the volume a bit more. Let's titrate. It is very sensitive, the wheel on the handle. Let's see if we can put it a little bit higher still, without it overdriving. Next up, Chinese triple time. I'm expecting the reverses to be used on this landing. China Cargo Airlines flight 209 arriving from Shanghai in Choina. 10 hours and 36 minutes on the way. 777 freighter, the B722Z is a year old, began flying in February 2023. Wolfie missed the Orange Pride, oh man. Yeah, it was almost the first airplane. Also good morning to Duncan. Harry, good morning, Zalurk. David, or David. Denemaus says, not often that you see Turkish send a 787 to AMS, right? Well, you don't see them very often. It has become more of a mixed bag recently. It used to be A330s almost exclusively. Now they are sending Dreamliners and 777s, and I've even seen an A350 on an occasion or two flying between Istanbul and Amsterdam. Right, volume seemed to be peaking a little bit. Were you guys hearing overdrive, or was the audio doable? If it was, then we can leave it as it is. Don't think it needs to, it can be set any higher, because then when the reversers do get applied, you'll probably hear overdrive and distortion. I think this is about maximal that we can do. Linux, no Windows. Lisa says, noise, Choina noise. Audio okay? Well, if Austrian Wolf says so, he is a critical listener with his Bose sound system, so if it sounds good on the Bose system of Austrian Wolf, then it's going to be good. Dirk also confirming, sound is fine. Duncan says as well, audio perfect here. Cool. Nicholas says, good morning from rainy Newcastle. Donna says, send us some sunshine please. Well, Nicholas, I would that I could. It's not a lot better over here than it is over where you guys are at. We've had rain yesterday all day, drizzle on and off. Right, thank you Dirk. If the sound is blurting over our speakers, we will let you know. Trying to set the audio as loud as possible without it overdriving and distorting when reversers get used. That's the sweet spot. This is KLM flight 1352 arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. Embraer 190, 1 hour and 9 minutes on the way. No Captain Wheelie on board this one. Pilot's busy piloting. Looks like an idle reverse landing. We are in for a butt shot. Here we go. Good morning, Roy. And good morning, Bryce. All right. Sit back and relax, folks. We've got quadruple heavies now back to back coming in. To begin with, KLM flight 749, a 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Cartagena in Colombia. The PH-BKM, 9 hours and 21 minutes on the way. First flight, May 2023, making this a year-old airplane. Now you see flex, and now you don't. Always nice to see. Never grows old. Nico, morgen. Hey there, Ange. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Vaso Darshine, good morning. Green light, morning. Ceiling, okay, hello. On our menu, the next item is KLM flight 668. 777-200 arriving from Austin, Texas, and another 777-200 behind it. And oh man, more heavies. We might get to see 5 back to back. Now, can we see number 3 already? I think the clouds are in the way, which is a shame. Emirates triple on paper behind these two. Ordinarily, probably at the 7 o'clock of the number 2. The clouds are interfering. That's a shame. Right, arriving from Austin, Texas, 8 hours 49 minutes on the way, the PHBQH, 19 years old, first flight September 2004. Let's look and listen. KLM Asia. Next up on the menu is another 777-200 United Airlines flight 968 arriving from San Francisco. 9 hours and 45 minutes underway. 25-year-old airplane, first flight October 1998, and behind it, now visible, is Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Dubai, 777 freighter, 6 hours 19 minutes on the way, 2 years old, first flight June 2022. Good morning, sweetie. And all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy, and we are standing along the Polderbaan, runway 18 right, at the moment the only runway being used for arrivals, with winds blowing from the southwest on average. Double-digit wind speed, 18C is the current temperature, 18 times 2, 36 plus 30, roughly 66 degrees Fahrenheit. We're expecting 2 Boeing 747s in the afternoon, the beginning of the afternoon today. The second one around 1:30, and that is the Cargolux retro livery. Both airplanes expected to land on this runway, the 747s. Emirates A380 sadly between 1 and 2, expected time of arrival, probably going to land on runway 27 then. Howdy Stan, goedemorgen. I am doing perfectly fine, thank you for asking. I hope that also goes for you. Groetjes terug to Breda, the province of Brabant. Emirates Sky Cargo, flight 9906 is what we are now looking at. 777 freighter, arriving from Dubai. And we have another airplane. That is now more... Oh, we have a 3 airplane glide slope shot. There we go, nice. Hope you guys can see it. The third airplane at 7 o'clock, almost at the same height as the number 1. China Southern, 777. The airplane in now number 2 is a KLM 787-10 arriving from New York JFK. Lalinders asks, what is the oldest airplane that you have seen landing there? That's probably the DC-3 Dakota, which is 82 years old. Which is going to retire from doing tour flights later this summer, sadly. For now. We're not done yet with the back-to-back heavies. Let's quickly turn back, but not before taking in this beautiful vista. Gotta love the way that the sun is illuminating the clouds over here. You can see some cirrus clouds in the background. No traffic arriving from Frankfurt just yet. Normally speaking, this would be the route they're flying on. And you would see contrails on most days. Not sure if today is a contrail day or not. But beautiful Dutch skies. Always nice to take in. 2 airplane glide slope shot over here. KLM Flight 644 in the foreground, 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from New York, JFK, 6 hours and 17 minutes underway. The PH-BKD, 4 years old, first flight November 2019. And the airplane behind it, Choina Southern Cargo, arriving from Shanghai, flight 451, 777 freighter, 10 hours 45 minutes underway. Hey. Dash 8100 Coast Guard outbound. Right now is about the only turboprop that we regularly see over here, together with the DC-3 Dakota. A couple of weeks ago we even saw this airplane land on Polderbaan. Hopefully today we'll be lucky enough to see that happen again, but that was only a one-off occurrence, and we've seen this airplane quite regularly, so chances are slim to none, but who knows? We'll have to keep an eye out for it. Now, first up, Choina Southern Cargo, arriving from Shanghai. 10 hours and 46 minutes on the way, this one. 9-year-old 777 freighter, began flying in May 2015. Hey there, Lily. Carbike Paradise, good to see ya. Carbike Paradise asks why some KLM have Asia on them and some not. Let me explain that after this landing. Not too loud, this one, hopefully. No overdrive. I did see it go to 0 decibel only briefly on the audio meter on my camera. KLM Asia. That's a subsidiary of regular KLM, and that was erected so that KLM could fly to Taiwan. For geopolitical reasons, regular KLM is not allowed to fly into Taiwan, and since they do want to service Taiwan, they created a subsidiary, KLM Asia, and that's not royal, so it doesn't have a crown. Now, it doesn't mean that these airplanes only fly to Taiwan. As you can see, they fly all over the world, just part of the fleet, but if they have to go to Taiwan, then they will use these airplanes because the regulars are not allowed over there. Right, Lisa is going to watch some seals. Salutjes! Absolutely rightly so. If you're on Texel, you don't want to sit inside watching a live stream. You want to watch sheep and seals. Air France flight 1444, A320 arriving from Paris. No issues on the landing. And the wind is definitely not slowing down. Aloha Jinshin, good to see you, mate. Little butt shot, Air France. Lalander says sound is perfect, excellent. Austrian Wolf also confirming all good. Well, it does hit the 0 decibel, the red, occasionally during a reverser landing, so I don't think any louder is going to be beneficial. And what was I thinking? Oh yeah, let's have a quick look at the METAR. Let's do a refresh, see what the wind has been doing. Wind is now 15 knots, still blowing from the south-southwest, varying between south and west-southwest. 16 knots, 15 knots, 4x4, few clouds at 1500 feet. The air temperature is 19 degrees C, so that is 68 F. I'll paste that ticker, that METAR in the ticker after this E2 landing. I struggled to find in first instance. E2 195. Let's quickly turn back. Lufthansa A320. Flight 988 is arriving from Frankfurt. Right, paste that METAR, adjust the font, size and color. There we go. Got the new METAR in the ticker. Hey there, Godwin, who is tuning in from Uganda in Entebbe. Welcome to the show, mate. Welcome all other viewers who have joined in the meantime. If you're new to the channel, feel free to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it's always appreciated. And also, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching, all of them are friendly. And a lot of them are knowledgeable as well. There's no such thing as a stupid question. Lufthansa flight 988 arriving from Frankfurt. A320, 44 minutes underway. It's the Daisy. D-A-I-Z-E. Eisenach. Well, welcome to the Netherlands, folks. Good morning, North Sky Aviation. Hey, Siegfried, goedemorgen. Siegfried is asking if the Cargolux Retro has landed yet. No, it is expected around 1:30 last time I checked. Probably going to be the last airplane of the day. Hey there, Gav, morning. Tours to boot, good morning. Servus Erik, who's tuning in from Innsbruck. Herzlich willkommen. We've got two airplanes on the glide slope. Number 1, A319. Croatia Airlines arriving from Zagreb. Number 2, Lufthansa CRJ9. Arriving from Munich. And number 3, although not yet visible, is going to be a 777-300 Errr arriving from Cape Town. Well, the airplanes are crabbing, aren't they? Might have to update the title of the stream to Crosswindy arrivals, because that is definitely what is going on here. Croatia Airlines flight 450 arriving from Zagreb, 1 hour 56 minutes underway. Okay, nice. Top-notch landing. A319, which already looks small, but if you compare it with the baby bus, the A318, Little butt shot to boot. Let us have a look at the first CRJ of the day. Lufthansa arriving from Munich. And a nice fat 777-300 behind it. Hey there Mick, good morning. Thank you for your kind words. Glad to hear you're enjoying the stream. Hope everybody is. Don't forget to drop a like if you haven't already. Morning Leroy. Adi Lane, goedemorgen. Oh nice. Siegfried will be flying to Birmingham with privilege style. Nice privilege. To be flying with privilege style. Little CRJ butt shot. Hey Marian, goedemorgen. Stefan, goedemorgen. All others who have joined. Satori's Creative Productions, good morning. Tuning in from Leidschendam. Right, let's quickly turn back. 777 time. Almost touching down already. KLM 5598 arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. 11 hours and 12 minutes underway. Adi Bart, goedemorgen. Scott says there are only two A318s in the air right now and they're both Air France. Is one of them coming this way by any chance? Adi Betty, goedemorgen. Tuning in from Utrecht. Jody, goedemorgen. Caroline also back in the chat. And Caroline celebrating 4 months of membership. Thank you so much for your continued support. Congratulations, Caroline. And Caroline writes, thank you for 4 fantastic months. Well, my pleasure. It's a pleasure to have you as a member. I hope you still like it in the lounge. And even if you didn't like it anymore, I hope you still come back as a returning visitor. If not as a member. Thank you so much for your support, Caroline. Always a pleasure to have you in the stream. Epic-errr! Who changed his name from Epic-R to Epic-errr for the occasion. Good to see you again. Bom dia! Morgen! Ja, heerlijk! Wat zei je? Nee! Savor the moment, zoals we dat willen zeggen. Heerlijk! Fijne dag, dank je! Regular passerby, always walking his dog and has his camera with him. A man originally from Portugal, which is why I greeted him in Portuguese. Hey Liewe, goedemorgen kerel. Liewe also back in the chat. And here we have EasyJet arriving from Gatwick, A320neo. Good morning, Jonathan. Epic-R is still in warm Italy, 34 degrees C. So that's 98 F. Those of you who use Fahrenheit, reasonably warm. Will it go around? Yeah, might still go around. Let's follow it. Yeah, it's taking the exit, but it might still go around, so... Hey there, Earthling AAC, morning. Anke, morning. Welcome one and all. Got 2 airplanes over here visible. Transavia in the foreground. Arriving from Girona in Italia. Flight 5764, 1 hour 46 minutes on the way. 737-800, 24 years old already. April 2000 is when it began flying. And another A320neo from Sky Express arriving from Zakynthos. Zakynthos. Why does that remind me of some stand-up comedy of years ago where an American was in the Netherlands and he was making jokes about going into the Albert Heijn supermarket. And if you want a bag, he said with his American accent, wil je een zakje? Zakje. Een zakje from Zakynthos. Anyway, I am I am digressing, and I haven't even had that much vodka yet. Now also a massive big warm welcome to Harry van Liemt, who just became our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thank you for choosing AMS Live, Harry. Hope you like it in the lounge. Hope the seats are to your liking. Hope the aircon is working properly. Do let me know if something needs fixing. Thank you so much for choosing AMS Live, Harry. Right, Lily says, see you guys, church is waiting, bye! Bye bye Lily, see you in the next one. Harry also has to put the phone on the charger and going back to bed. Well, when it's 4:36 AM, that is an appropriate time to go back to bed, Harry. Thanks for joining. Indeed, Ange. AMS Live, 50% airplanes, 50% obscure references. That would be me. The Sky Express arriving from Zakynthos. Zakje from Zakynthos. And Greece, just like ignorance is bliss, just so you know. Ooh, Norwegian lipstick in the background taking off. No grumpy face. No grumpy face. Right, big picture wise, what does it look like? This is looking to the south. Winds blowing from this direction. Southwest, west, southeast. Bit of openness over here. Directly to the east. Northeast. Back to the north. Quick look on the scale of chimney smoke. This is what the wind is currently doing. A lot of horizontality and not a lot of verticality in the wind. Next up, BA flight 430 arriving from Heathrow. A320. 47 minutes on their way, 15 years old. First flight made 2009. And Harry is busy moving in the coming weeks. I hope that the weather will be favorable, Harry. Not too warm, but at least dry. Always busy periods in one's lives. As we're looking at the butt of this BA, The next airplane is already coming. Hey, good morning, Dutch Kangaroo. Another great day in paradise. Oh, think twice, because it's another day for you and me in paradise. Hey Bob, good morning. Joke, goedemorgen. Finally dry, Joke says, indeed. We're still waiting for that summery weather. Still jeans and long sleeves, although no gloves needed yet. Knocks on wood. Then it's going to stay so this way. Right, Norwegian meantime passes me by on the left hand side overhead. Hey Petrikov. Just finished his ADBS Flight Radar 24 receiver. Nice. Roy says around 1 o'clock the A380 lands. Hey, that's good news. If it catches up more time and its ETA becomes before 1 o'clock, we might get to see it. Wouldn't that be something? Meanwhile, KLM Malta arriving from Malta. A320neo. Despite the windy conditions, 0 issues. 2 hours 55 minutes it has taken this flight. Seems a bit longer than normal. Was it just my imagination? Could be. Hey there, Eric. Gameplay Galaxy. Morning. Han, did not see you there. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. I think we have a couple of radio enthusiasts in the chat. Han, Liwe, Frank. So Petrikov, you're in good hands here, in good company, I think. Now, lovely to see. Large area of clouds, but also nice patch of blue right in the foreground. No contrails visible just yet. I am looking. Wow, savor the moment. I believe this yellow orb is called the sun. That's what I've been told. Meanwhile, KLM Embraer, one of the many. Hey there, Paul. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Welcome back. Dreamliner time, followed by 777 time. In the foreground, we have Air Canada Flight 900 arriving from Montreal. Boeing 7878 Dreamliner. 6 hours and 8 minutes underway. 9-year-old airplane, first flight December 2014. In the background, KLM Flight 636 777-200 arriving from Las Vegas. Is that damaged paint? Is the paintwork damaged? Looks like it. Either that or it has acne. Yeah, I'd be concerned if that were my skin. Let me rephrase it. Next up, KLM Flight 636 arriving from Las Vegas, 777-200 Errr. And a massive big thank you to Mac G, who just now super stickered Shiba Dog in a combat position. Get ready to fight. Thank you so much for your super sticker. Very kind of you, Mac G. Thank you so much, my friend. And also, Yillard, good morning. Yillard is informing us that the JetBlue from Boston is in the new livery. That is nice. So it's almost like the Julia Frulia Ita Airways. I think they look very similar at first glance. Also, John, morning. Tuning in from San Francisco, where it is 56 Fahrenheit and a light breeze. Looks beautiful over here. Well, it's a bit windy, but temperature-wise it is decent. Just under 70 F over here. Still in the high teens, or at least last time I checked, 19 C. Another KLM Asia 777 coming in from the United States. Just look at how nice and clean those flap surfaces are. KLM really takes care of their flap surfaces. Hail damage, could be. Move gone, could be. Anyway, I think it needs a repaint. Hey Ricardo, goedemorgen. Well, it is windy, you don't hear it as much. That's because of this unit. That really helps to mitigate the wind rumble, but if you look, you can see the signs are there, you're just not hearing it. Next up, Transavia Flight 6610, arriving from Innsbruck. 1 hour 16 minutes on the way. 13-year-old airplane, first flight February 2011, the PHHBN. Nice, floaty, controlled, beautiful. Right. Good morning, let's go racing. En Tristan, goedemorgen. 3 airplanes on the glide slope. Embraer 190, arrival from Geneva, KLM Flight 1930 up first. Boeing 737 from KLM, arrival from Copenhagen next. And the third airplane that we saw in the distance is a 737 from Tarom, arriving from Bucharest. Nice landing. Well done, chaps. Right, we see a we saw a third airplane just below the 737 in the background. flying towards the glide slope. I think that's an Embraer 175 arriving from Stuttgart, or was that the Transavia arriving from Salzburg? Could also have been that one. Hadi Jasper, goedemorgen. Yo, what is up, dog? Alvin also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope you've had a good weekend. No Wi-Fi on board this airplane, no humps. Jasper, goedemorgen. Not sure if I already said hi. If I didn't, good morning. Ricardo asks if KLM Flight 602 from Los Angeles already landed. Well, not during the stream at least. I would have recalled, I think. Has it landed already? I don't know for sure, Ricardo. Maybe somebody can look into that. Next up is Tarom, arriving from Bucharest, flight 361, 737-800, 2 hours 45 minutes on the way. The YRBGM, which is 10 years old. First flight October 2013. Ha Ronald, goedemorgen. Right, ITA in the Bombardier C series coming this way, the A220, excellent. That's the prettiest of them all, of all the narrow bodies ITA sends, in my humble opinion. If you disagree, do let me know. Now, and what a treat, Yillard was saying that the JetBlue from Boston is in the new livery. Now, pay close attention to the ITAs and then tell me once you have seen the new livery of JetBlue, what do you think? It's almost exactly the same paint. Lovely cloudy vistas. You can see the wind blowing the clouds, and you can also see how the clouds are developing. I've just locked the camera into position. Right. Ricardo, did you see Maria's bericht? Her message? KLM 602 arrives tomorrow, not today. Dus die komt vandaag niet, Ricardo. Next up, Transavia, another 737, another airplane arriving from Austria. This one arriving from Salzburg. 1 hour 18 minutes on the way. 7-year-old airplane, first flight April 2017. Now, Alvin, thank you so much for your super chat. Someone said A220. I think you misheard, man. I think you misheard. Nobody spoke about A220s, man. You're getting old and your hearing is deteriorating. Trust me, I've been there. It's only going to get worse. You'll be needing hearing aids before you know it. Nobody was talking about A220s. You totally misheard. Psh. A220s, they don't come to Schiphol. Remember, Now that's a good question. Frank is asking if there is a Salzburg, is there a Pfefferberg as well? Right, KLM flight 1002 arriving from London Heathrow. One thing I can tell you, the wind is not calming down. Ah, okay. So KLM flight 602 did land today, but it landed already early in the morning, just after 9 o'clock. Let's have a quick look at the METAR. Still says 15 knots, few clouds at 2,200 feet, wind is blowing from 220 degrees, varying between south and west-southwest, 18 degrees C, so temperature now down another degree. Oh, and let's also include the M, copy a METAR and not an ETAR. Right. Now we are in expectance of ITA Airways. A321neo is next after this Embraer 175, which is arriving from Stuttgart. KLM flight 1828, an hour and a minute on their way to get here. 6 years old, first flight October 2017. Right, back-to-back ITAs, ladies and gentlemen. You tell me which one you like best. A321neo in the foreground, arriving from Rome, and behind it is an A220 or Bombardier C-Series 300, arriving from Milan. Beautiful airplanes, beautiful blue. Now, would have been perfect if JetBlue was landing as third behind these two. Back-to-back comparison, but keep this in mind when JetBlue will arrive. A321neo, ITA Airways, flight 108, arriving from Rome, 2 hours and 2 minutes underway. Brand new airplane, began flying in April this year. Nice. Ah, is there a Pfefferberg? Not a Burg, but a Berg. Nice. You've got kissing and wedding and petting and the F word. Place names in the German speaking countries rule. Right, Elvin, I think this might be that airplane that you were inquiring about. It is a Bombardier C series, but you may know it as an A220. ITA Airways flight 120, arriving from Milano. 1 hour and 35 minutes on the way. The EIHHR, and also brand new. The other one was beginning its career in April this year, and this one in March. So both ITAs less than half a year old. Oh, beautiful. The combination of livery and airplane design. Bellissimo. Quasi perfetto. Thomas asks, ITA Airways fly the A352? That's a good question. I don't know for sure. They don't fly them to Amsterdam if they do have them, that's for sure. Now, next up, TUI flight 397, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. The sea in the ABC Islands, Aruba, Bonaire, Curaçao, lying off the coast of Venezuela in the Caribbean Sea. Parts of Kingdom of the Netherlands, I believe. But don't ask me precisely what their status is. It's complicated. 8 hours 48 minutes of flight time. The airplane is 10 years old already, again flying in May 2014. Now John says that the ITA livery was stunning. Absolutely. If you guys can stick around and wait for the JetBlue arrival from Boston, tell me what you think about that then, if you haven't seen it already. I think that that shade of blue looks a really lot like the blue of ITA. Selby Cookie, good morning. Vincent, good morning. Ah, Mary. Mary, right? Or is it Mary? And thanks for the update, Ricardo, who says that the A380 from Emirates is flying over Romania. Excellent. Good question, Joke. What time is the JetBlue from Boston expected? I don't know that. Right, and Frank is enlightening us about the status of the ABC Islands. Aruba and Curaçao, separate status. Bonaire is a Dutch municipality outside of the Netherlands. Great, so I can relocate over there without any issues. Wish that also applied to Sint Maarten. Wouldn't that be something, to have that as your permanent basis to do live streaming from? Even though Aussies are quite superb, they are still dependent on food. Alvin providing an example of that says, be right back, dinner. So they're superhumans, the Aussies, but they are still dependent on calorie consumption. Enjoy your calories then, Alvin. Still waiting for the human species to develop into a being that is independent of calories, can live off of hot air. Wouldn't that be something? Who knows? Now we have a Delta A330 turning onto the glide slope. will be preceded first by Iberia Express. I'm not sure, don't think that we can, oh wait, no we do, we can. Here I was about to say that I think we cannot see it just yet, but we can. Ah, Jan, goedemorgen. And JetBlue will be coming soon, so that comparison with ITA we can do pretty soon. Two airplanes on the glide slope. Iberia Express arriving from Madrid, A320 in the foreground. Delta Airlines Flight 72 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, A330-300 in the background. And will the clouds deform? No. Or maybe, no. That's the nicest if they fly through the clouds and you can also see them deform due to the vortices. Haven't seen that yet. Also no go-arounds just yet. You can see that the airplanes are crabbing. Hey Anja, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Beautiful sunny Sunday. Is it more sunny over there than it is over here? Right now the clouds are taking the upper hand again over here for the time being. Ah, the PHEZN, it sounds like Fetzen, shred in German. Fetzen. And this is the easy limb. Going on a limb to get here. Hey there Guy, good morning. Tuning in from Luxembourg, doing fine. Hope that also goes for you, my friend. Windy over here, this is where the wind is blowing from. It's a mix of clouds and blue sky, with the clouds now a bit more having the upper hand over here. The wind on the scale of chimney smoke currently looks like this. Looks like a bit more verticality in the chimney smoke, which would be indicative of the wind slowing down. Over here, doesn't feel like it at all. Now let's have a look and listen. Our first Delta A330 is coming in. Flight 72, coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. 7 hours and 44 minutes underway. Nicely crabbing its way over here. The airplane, 9 years old, first flight June 2015. Bob is returning to Lurker's Corner. And in the meantime, Clementia is saying hi to everybody in the chat. Ah, die Clementia, goedemorgen, good to see you again. Some little clouds, but overall sunny so far, Anja says. Well, I hope that is going to stay that way all day for you guys. Still no signs of summer in the Netherlands. Nothing sustainable. Okay. No. You need to spool them up, not wind them down. It's not what we had agreed on. Stupid motherfucker. Captain let down. Now, the blue that you see in the sky in the background, that is Viagra in the air. Also has its effect on the windsock, as you can see. Professor Darshine thought that the emoji of Delta was a high-heeled shoe. I did not see that in it yet, but now I cannot unsee it. The high-heeled shoe of Delta. Now next up is going to be an A321neo in the new livery of JetBlue, arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. Have a look on flight radar at the picture of the airplane. Doesn't that look a lot like the ITA, the shade of blue? I think the ITA has a bit of metallic in the paint, Mudley on the mic, Andre says. What was it again? Dick Dastardly or something? And Mudley? Mudley! I remember that. Yeah, I'm that old. JetBlue arriving from Boston in the new livery. Let's take a quick moment, have a look at the weather. Let's do a refresh. Has anything changed? 17 knots. Wind has turned. It's turning a bit more to the west. Wind speed has increased to 17 knots. Scattered clouds at 2,900 feet. Few clouds at 2,200 feet, and the air temperature 18 degrees C. I'll paste that in the ticker for you guys. So the wind is picking up and is also turning more to the west, and the airplanes are landing from north to south. So the westerly the wind becomes, the more crosswind it becomes. Hey Adriaan, goedemiddag. Navy Jack, goeiedag, good day. Wacky Racers by Hanna-Barbera. Indeed it was. Thanks for the reminder there, Barry. It's a bit more shiny, this one. The blue part looks a bit more reflective. It looks a bit more matte, if you will, on ITA. But it's almost identical, this shade of blue, isn't it? If that latter part were completely white with some coloration in between, it would have looked like the Julia Frila, like peas in a pod. Right. Next up, a big bird. A big bird arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. KLM flat 736, 777-300 Errr. And BL is asking, is JetBlue only sending A320neos to Amsterdam? No, they also send A321neos. But it is the 320 and the 321neos that we see over here. JetBlue sends over 2 airplanes from Boston and from JFK. This is KLM flight 736, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. 8 hours and 44 minutes on the way. The PHB VK, 11 years old. First flight May 2013. I'm also looking up now because overhead I can hear that something with a propeller is passing over. Oh wait, I do have it. Yeah, just a little bit. Can we still see it? Probably not. I think that was the moment. The window of opportunity has passed. Yeah. Next up is a 737-800 arrival from Brussels, KLM flight 1704. The next airplane behind it. Ooh, what time is it? Time to get the chat red. Before that, the 737 arrival from Brussels. 88 lousy nautical miles this flight. And 29 minutes it has taken. .88 nautical miles and the flight time 29 minutes. If you extrapolate that to the average speed per hour, that makes 176 nautical miles. So that is what? 300 kilometers or something? That is your average speed on this flight. Okay, it is faster than taking the car probably. But really? Is it? With the checking in, checking out? Clemencia asks if I saw the flight from Delta Airlines to New York, with two tires, of which two tires blew up before takeoff on Thursday. No, I haven't. I did see the blown tire that Stephen Markovich filmed. That was a 737, I think. Haven't seen the other one that you are referring to, Clemencia. A lot of tire blownouts lately. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what time is it? It is time to get the chat red. Next up, playtime. Flight 450 arriving from Reykjavik, A320neo, 2 hours and 41 minutes on the way. The TFPPC, a year old, first flight October 2022. Red alert, red alert. We can almost read the logo on the left hand side of the fuselage. Oh, aborting. Wah, wah, wah. Which means delay time twice. Well, lucky for us, it'll be playtime twice today. Next up, Embraer 190 KLM flight 912 arriving from Aberdeen. Behind it is a 737 from Transavia arriving from Barcelona. There is a third airplane on the glide slope, but not yet visible. German Airways arriving from Aberdeen, flying for KLM Embraer 190. Nicely put on the ground. 1 hour and 4 minutes it has taken this airplane to get here. Same age as Choc-y and the Orange Pride, first flight January 2008, making this airplane 16 years old. See the iPad in its holder against the window. Captain Harry POV, good morning. And yeah, you're right, Flores, unless the play asks for a different runway, will they do that? That's the question. It is flying. Well, no, it is. Is that because there's a lot of traffic? Yeah, probably. Hey there, Mike, good morning. Hey Mark, good morning. Transavia, the trash flight TRA8H arriving from Barcelona. Butt shot in the making. I thought I also saw the Transavia Sunweb livery on the list of arrivals for this morning, so might be that we also see that. Yeah. I was thinking, are we going to see other special liveries? Wasn't Choc-y also expected to arrive? Lobbertje, goedemorgen. Fox Aviation, good morning. All others who have joined in the meantime, good morning. Welcome to the show. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing along the Polderbaan, runway 18 right, together with runway 27 at the moment, the two runways for arrivals. We have wind blowing from the southwest on average, varying between south and west. 17 knot wind. In the first go around, a couple of minutes ago, boarded landing by Play. Runway 27 now open as secondary runway for arrivals for another 20 minutes or so. Two Boeing 747s are expected. Atlas Air and the Cargolux Retro. Both are arriving from Miami, so are expected to land on the runway we are standing next to. We're going to stick around until they have landed. The A380 probably going to land on runway 27, which will reopen again after its closure around 11:40 between 1 and 2 o'clock. So until 11:40 it is going to stay open, and then between 11:40 local time, which you can find in the left bottom corner of your screen, and then until 1 p.m. it's just this runway once again. Between 1 and 2, runway 27 will open up. Probably means that the A380 is going to land on that, but the two 747s still are expected for this runway. Our next airplane to arrive is KLM flight 1474, an Embraer 190 arriving from Nice, which is nice. 1 hour 42 minutes on the way. The PHEZA Visa. I'll use my credit card. Richard, goedemorgen. Basil, good morning, or good afternoon for you, I should say. Morning here. Hadimat, goedemorgen. And play will rejoin the glide slope in about 5 minutes, Dirk says. Thanks for the update, Dirk. Meanwhile, big picture wise, we have clouds and some sunshine mixed in between. Cloudy vistas all over. This is looking to the east. This is looking to the south. This is looking in the direction of the wind, southwestish. This is looking directly to the west, northwest. Then inward, clearly the most cloudiness. And looking towards the sea, which as the crow flies is about 16 kilometers or 10 miles to the west. Things do look a bit more open. Our next crabbing airplane is arriving from Montreal. Air Transat A321neo, flight 324, 6 hours and 34 minutes underway. We can almost read the logo on the left hand side. 6 hours and 34 minutes underway. 3-year-old airplane, first flight October 2020. Tippy-toey, tippy-toey. Air France would have gone around, probably. Hey, check it out. I just read the message. Spot as yet. The ground crew has arrived. Goeiedag allemaal. Yeah, it's coming in a couple of minutes. It is joining the glide slope right now. And Thomas says, I am in front of you. In front of me, where are you? Not seeing anybody who is sitting in front of me respond. In the meantime, Jendrosik and Lorenzo and the third person who I don't know yet. Who? Dennis. Dennis have arrived. Welcome one and all, guys. Did you guys see the go around? Nice.
When we walked off the parking.
As soon as you walked off the parking. Yeah, the first one of the day so far. And now the number 2. Let's see, we have another KLM that has arrived from Dublin. Austrian Wolf says greetings to the ground crew. Hey, the cat also back. Good to see you, the cat. Meow meow. Right, German Airways, the Adler up next. Der Adler aus Glasgow. 1 Stunde und 5 Minuten unterwegs. 18 Jahre alt. Erste Flug war in Januar 2006. Fliegt für KLM Flug 936 Embraer 190. And after that we are seeing the lights of play once again making the chat go red in a few moments. First, let's have a look at the landing of the Adler. In the meantime, Karsten, morgen. Ralf, goedemorgen. Jordi, goedemorgen. All others who have joined in the meantime, good morning. Let's see, the Adler.
Ja, die kan 500 meter verderop. Dan ga je voor je auto kwijt. En dan kan je doorlopen en dan ga je daar staan. Er staat ook nergens een bord die verboden te parkeren is. En dan zie je zelf wel dat er een geel wagen en een politieagent is.
Right. The Eagle has landed. Hey there, Navy Jack. Howdy, Shul. Yeah, removing the lens cap makes making photographs a bit easier, doesn't it? Like the hat. Hey, what's this?
Satellite. I'm gonna trying to download a weather image from the satellite. No.
This you have to see. We're going to hack into the Schiphol system.
NOAA weather satellites.
The NOAA weather satellite. So this is next level shit in the making here. Jendrosek is going to use all his hacking skills to hack into satellites. Are you going to try to make a beluga land here on Polderbaan? not just scrambling of satellite in the east.
One of the images I got last week in the background.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
Nice one.
This one is 7 at night, 7 o'clock in the evening, 8 o'clock in the evening, maybe later because it's getting dark.
But that's over here.
This is Africa to the North Pole.
Oh, okay. Oh,
we
cool.
We are about here, I think.
Yeah.
And this is the daylight fading away from the...
Have to not forget the second attempt of the play. Jendrosek is showing me satellite images that he apparently hacked from a satellite with the contraption he has brought along. Hopefully Officer Rudolph is busy working and isn't seeing that we're hacking over here. Yeah. Have you checked with an attorney?
I'm just listening to the radio in a very special way. But keep your eyes on the plane.
Well, bouncy but solid. Oh, listen to the radio. Right, second time's the charm. The play has landed.
The stupid thing is always in the way.
Playtime has arrived.
So, you gotta grab it. Love grab it.
Right, FBI is on the way. Excellent. Oh, so that's why I saw that Apache helicopter a couple of months ago. It was flying towards Haarlem. That was... they got some suspicious scrambling signals and they were trying to find out...
Wait. It looks like he's...
Just waiting.
Right, this is Delta Airlines Flight 74 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. A330-300, 7 hours 54 minutes on the way.
This is a filter.
21-year-old airplane, first flight January 2021. No, 2003, 21 years old.
Come on.
A little bit of reverser there. Mark says, boy, that plane sure is beautiful color red. It certainly is. Even if you don't like it, everybody will probably agree that it is a striking livery. Meanwhile, United is getting out of here. Get out of here. Hey Josephine, good to see you again.
Boring.
Yeah.
You're beeping, then the hacking has just started.
Yeah, exactly. The beeping, the hacking.
Well, basically, NOAA satellites from the weather comes one every, we track 4,
Yeah?
3, I don't know, and they come every couple of hours, and then
I thought you would download the footage from the geostationary satellites further out.
No, I wish I could. It's more difficult. You
Need a bigger transmitter.
you need a big dish.
Big dish.
1 meter 50 or maybe bigger.
Well,
Because it's
I know you said before that you sometimes have a great appetite. Don't you have big dishes at home? Not that big.
more like a family plate.
Ah.
It's even bigger than the size of your table.
Yeah.
It's about this size. And you need a specific antenna in the gigahertz bandwidth,
Yeah.
which I don't have. So that makes it more difficult. But theoretically you could
It
download
would be possible in theory.
Yeah, Inmarsat and one of the geostationary satellites.
Cool.
this is about the length of it. Dus 1,5 en 1,2.
Right. Embraer 190 arriving from Newcastle, landed perfectly without any difficulties. Next up is a flying AMS Live logo. We have KLM flight 696 coming in from Toronto, Canada. 7879 Dreamliner, 6 hours and 39 minutes underway. To the left of it you can already see the next airplane behind it, which seems to be a narrow body. And zooming out a little bit, Flight Radar confirms that. Embraer 175 arriving from Stavanger with an A320 arriving from Nice. Nice. Alvin says hi, Jendrosek. Hey Alvin. Paddy, goedemorgen. And all others who've joined in the meantime, good morning one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are looking at arrivals. It's 11:36, so I think in 5 minutes from now runway 27 will close officially for arrivals. It was still open. I think the airplane arriving from Paris, now over Errrways, it looks like it might become the last airplane. After that, until 1 o'clock, all inbound traffic will be going to this runway. We have seen one go around less than half an hour ago. The Play A320neo went around, landed effortlessly on second try. I say. Dreamliner from KLM using the reversers. Somebody's about to get fired. That wasn't supposed to happen. They didn't get the memo. Did you see the memo? Hey Peter, what's happening? I'm gonna go ahead and make sure you get another copy of that memo. We're putting cover sheets on all TPS reports now. So if you could do that from now on, that'll be great. Thanks.
Just ask, what is a reverser? Just ask them, what's a reverser?
Making jokes about a movie you did not see, but you should.
Oh, we got, hide it!
Oh shit!
Hide it!
The coppers are coming. How good can you swim? Oh, we got the silent treatment. No wave, no nothing. Right, Embraer 175 arriving from Stavanger is the first next airplane to arrive. 1 hour and 13 minutes on the way. 7-year-old airplane. The airplane behind it is an A320neo EasyJet arriving from Nice. Hey Chris! Chris Rico went to DEF CON. You still have hearing, mate? Ah. Nice. Lekker stampen. Pounds. Hey Wendy, good to see you again. Crystal, goedemorgen. Is it morning still? Yeah, 20 minutes of morning left here in Europe. Now we have 2 747s expecting. Let's have another look at everything. Quick rundown of the weather. Let's do a refresh first. So the wind now 17 knots still, blowing from the southwest, varying between west and more or less south. Few clouds at 2,500 feet. Few clouds at 2,000 feet. Towering cumulus clouds here and there. The air temperature 19 degrees C. I will copy paste that into the ticker. The wind expected to peak around 2 o'clock today and stays in the southwest to westerly corner all day. Inbound are Suriname, flying with a rental A330-200 from Maleth Aero, expected 5 minutes to 1. And we have 2 747s underway. This one expected around 1 o'clock, arriving from Miami, and the retro Cargolux around 1:30. We have the Emirates A380 expected 10 minutes past 1, so that is expected for runway 27. And Jesus is flying back to Belfast from Corfu. Not much going on in that respect. EasyJet in the meantime landed safely, having arrived from Nice, which is nice. The 2 747s will land on the Polderbaan unless something extraordinary happens. If a bird strike or something takes place and they need to clear the runway of debris right around the time they land. But normally speaking, the 2 747s both expected to land on this runway. Let me quickly paste the weather in the ticker for you guys, and also for those of you who don't know what it all means, let me take you through it while we're waiting for the next traffic to come this way. The METAR is the weather report for EHAM, and that is Schiphol Airport, together with AMS, the international abbreviations for this airport. It starts with the time and date of the report. The 14th, that is today, 9:25 Zulu time, that's 9:25 Greenwich Mean Time, that is CET -2. In other words, this is from 11:25 local time. The wind, speed and direction, 17 knots from 220 degrees. The wind direction is variable between 200 degrees and 260 degrees. Visibility on ground level 9999 means 10 plus kilometers. Few clouds at 2,000 feet, few clouds at 2,500 feet. Towering cumulus clouds can form. The air temperature is 19 degrees Celsius, the dew point is 13 degrees Celsius, the air pressure is 1,011 hectopascals, and no significant changes in the upcoming 2 hours are expected.
Thank you for watching the Schiphol Weatherman.
The Schiphol Weatherman, brought to you by AMS Live. Our next airplane to arrive is a Britty Hopper, KLM City Hopper, Eastern Airways. Frank coined the term, and the Britty Hopper pilots have taken a liking, and the whole crew is referring to themselves as Britty Hopper crew now these days. KLM Flight 972, arriving from Humberside, 36 minutes on their way, Embraer 190 long range, so yeah, 197 nautical miles for this flight, 36 minutes, really making use of the long range capabilities of this airplane. The airplane 15 years old, first flight January 2009. Shul asks about ATC apps. The only website that I know of which I heard that it recently was down for Schiphol is liveatc.net. I don't know any other apps or websites. Lalanders is back. And Scott says, did I miss a go around? You did, Scott. The Play A320neo went around rather early, and indeed Frank, missed opportunity, you should have trademarked it. Well, who knows, you might still be able to do that. Evening, Andrew, who is tuning in from Perth. Fond memories of Polderbaan, he writes. Makes me curious. Did you go spotting there back in the day? Well, one of the pilots, Mark, if he does fly, usually gives us a wave. Right, there's a Transavia now still on short final for runway 27. I think that's probably going to be the last airplane. And we already see a 777 and an A330 that are coming this way. On the glide slope established already is an Embraer 190. And turning in the background, not sure if we can see it already, is a 2E 737 that is arriving from Ibiza. Is that the Sunwing? Yeah, it is. It has been flying that sector a couple of days in a row now. Keeping the shot a little wide so that we hopefully can see it. Hey there, Rakete 88, morning. Yeah.
In about 15 minutes, the satellite's coming over.
Ah, okay. In 15 minutes we can hack the satellite, get the beluga to crash on the Polderbaan.
Suddenly you see all the planes in Ukraine disappearing.
All the planes, yeah. Well, already Finland was reporting that a lot of GPS jamming was going on in that part of the world. The pilots might have to revert to classical old paper maps. Used in the.
Have we passed this
Well,
waypoint?
we have also a European, yeah, that's still the same. You can jam it.
Right, so. Cue the music, we're jamming, and I hope you like jamming too. Meanwhile, K2 on patrol. One of the 3 Ford Ranger Raptors, K2, 3 and 4.
He's just getting a photo shoot.
K2 to the 2 through 4 are Raptor Rangers, Ranger Raptors. K1 VW. Right, 3 airplane cloud slope shot, 2E number 2, and KLM 777-300 arriving from Vancouver is number 3. First up, KLM flight 1088 arriving from Cardiff, 57 minutes underway, 305 nautical miles, 10-year-old airplane. Looked a bit steep, but it was solid. Even a little wheelie. QJ says in 6 weeks, 6 minutes from Basel, something you can eat. I think that might be our high carb chocolatey friend. Meanwhile, the first occurrence of Christian Koet. Where's Christopher? Also a little bag.
Boy.
No.
8 minutes until takedown.
Let's see, in the meantime, 2 airplanes on the glide slope with a rental flying for TUI, Sunwing Airlines. Nice and orangey aspects. Arriving from Ibiza, Party Island. People with sore jaws probably. Sleep deprived. 2 hours and 8 minutes it has taken this airplane to get here. The airplane 8 years old, first flight February 2016. 0 issues. Frank says, how do you call a Choc-y which has a delay? A chocolate. That one is next level. Chocolate. Hey, it's the PHBVD, ladies and gentlemen. It is the SkyTeam livery 777-300 Errr arriving from Vancouver, flight KLM 682. 8 hours and 47 minutes on the way. The PHBVD is 14 years old. First flight of this airplane was in August 2009.
Wait, you shouldn't end with you end with R!
Vancouver! Soon to be in the house. Hey there, Peter. Good day. Andrew worked in The Hague a while back. Favorite family outings at the Polderbaan. Amateur pilot. Oh, nice. You've got yourself a PPL. PB477, hello.
Rare footage of KLM using reversers.
Well, it wasn't using the reversers that much.
And it was.
A little bit, a teeny tiny little bit. Next up, Transavia, arriving from Olbia. Let's see, the glide slope consists of 3 airplanes right now. I don't think we can... Oh yeah, we can see the third now appearing. That is Delta Airlines Flight 136, an A330-300 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. In the foreground, Transavia arriving from Olbia, and in the middle sandwiched is an Embraer 175 arriving from Hanover. And Timo says, can you do a shout out to Bas Jansen? Shout out to Bas from Timo. Next up is Transavia flight 6914 arriving from Olbia, 737-800, 2 hours and 5 minutes underway. The PHHZO. Hazo. 17 years old. Nice touchdown. Viagra in the air as the SkyTeam PHBVD is taxiing back to the main platform area. If you're unfamiliar with the layout of Schiphol Airport, this runway is pretty far removed from the main platform area, which is also why it has a dedicated tower and fire station. Airplanes have to taxi along the line of trees all the way back to the main platform area, and depending on where their gate is or where their parking is, they still have a considerable taxi ahead of them. The terminal building and all the main gates are adjacent to the main tower, which you see in the background. Zooming back out fully, you can see just how far away this is. Now, another returning visitor, albeit briefly. Russell the Crow. Russell the Crow, also back. Next up, Embraer 175. KLM flight 1788 arriving from Hanover.
That thing looks like an ant.
Really floaty. Nicely done, chaps. Nicely done. Hey there, Dirk. Herzlich willkommen, tuning in from Cologne. Captain Steven, good to see you again. And arriving on Sunday, in a week from now. Nice, mate. What was it? Delta Flight 74 or something, if I recall correctly? Narf is also in the chat. Wasn't that always what Pinky used to say from Pinky in the Brain? Narf. Gee, Brian, what do you want to do tonight? The same thing we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world.
Here, boy. Our flight back home from...
Ah. So this is Delta Airlines Flight 136, A330-300 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. 7 hours and 16 minutes on the way. 16-year-old airplane, first flight August 2007. Look at it, Crab. It's Crab Fest 2024 once again. Easy. Very nicely done. Yeah, newbie pilot doesn't know the rules yet. He couldn't find the button. Where's the reverser button? You have to pull the lever, dummy. Howdy Tessa. Hey there Michael. Hey there Jeff. All others who have joined in the meantime. Oh, it's bedtime for Mrs. Professor. Thanks for joining, Mrs. Professor. Hope to see you in the next one. Sleep tight.
It's time for bed.
Hopefully it's not too warm already. With the heat wave that you mentioned earlier going on over there.
Where?
Wish I could do something about it, Stephen. The grass is still very high over here. Luckily enough, where I am standing, it's trampled quite well. I have a fixed location where I usually stand if somebody else isn't standing on it. But yeah, it's still quite tall. As you can see, it's almost overgrowing Lorenzo. The people here sitting have to really stick out their necks, otherwise, yeah, hard to see. Frank says, boy passed 20k subscribers on his way to world domination. Indeed. Including the evil laugh. And I use my pinky to point to the corner of my my lip, my mouth, like Dr. Evil. In the meantime, we have a Britty Hopper arriving from Darlington, or Teesside, Embraer 190. Landed safely after 53 minutes underway. Next up, it is our favorite high-carb special livery, Embraer 190, German Airways, Choc-y, arriving from Boshell, which is a city in Switzerland where European asshole bosses get dropped off. If you're a bitchy boss, you get a one-way ticket to Boshell, where you have to spend the rest of your days with like-minded managers. Now, flight time 1 hour and 5 minutes. This is an Embraer 190 short range officially, which is interesting. Gets used on a 300 nautical mile flight, and the long range Embraers got used on flights half the distance. The APRI with all kinds of chocolatey goodies on the livery, on the fuselage. Pieces of chocolate with nuts. These nuts. We have more nutty, chocolatey bonbons over here. And we end with dessert chocolate cake. Oh. Yummy, yummy. Put some in my tummy. Next up, Anadolu Jet, a jet. A321neo, arriving from Istanbul. There we go. And we have a 777-300 Errr behind it, arriving from Panama City, KLM flight 758. Another Embraer 175 should be further up ahead. Don't think we can see it just yet. Embraer 175 arriving from Biland. And Tessa says, okay, this plane was assigned for me to get a bag of Maltesers. Yeah, it is chocolate appetite inducing, isn't it? Hey there, Ludovicus, tuning in from Greece. Welcome back. Good to see you again. Hope all is well.
Mooi.
Now, in the meantime, 751 viewers and less than 400 likes. Is the show that bad, folks? What do I need to do to get it better? The A321neo from A-Jet, the next to land, arriving from Istanbul, 3 hours and 10 minutes on the way. The TC Lum, a year old, first flight December 2022.
It's working.
Ah, the satellite hacking is in progress. Right. If airplanes now come crashing down, the culprit is sitting in the grass behind me. A-Jet Turkish Airlines. Howdy Tom, hello there. Oh dear. 38C, 100F yesterday, Mrs. Professor says. We get a few days with upper 90s before it's back to 100 plus again. Holy shizzle. There's still 80F, 27C overnight. Yeah, there's only so much that air conditioning can do, isn't it? Can't it? Oh, and the same in Kansas, Michael says. Well, and I saw an item on the news the day before yesterday on the Dutch national news that apparently if more ice melts in Greenland, the flow of hot water from the equator to northern Europe might grind to a halt, which may result in global warming, more global warming elsewhere in the world, and Western Europe getting more cold even. Winter all year round. This was the landing of KLM flight 758 arriving from Panama City, 777-300 Errr. Also outbound airplane passing overhead. Let's have a look, see what it is. Finn-errr A350 Moomin, I think. Going back to Helsinki. It is. Meanwhile, the hacking crew, it looks really.
Looks boring, but it isn't.
It doesn't look boring. It looks suspicious. Is what I would call it. Now, and if I press this button here, see, then that plane is going to lose all its coordination.
It's not working again.
Indeed, Evan, them Hollywood movies don't lie. Now, if only I brought along my tinfoil hat, I would have been prepared for everything. Right, Austrian Wolf says, AMS Live, I'm gonna help. A bag of memberships are waiting in the 500 like mark. So if we can get the likes up to 500, Wolfgang is going to drop a box of gifted memberships for you guys.
4th of July again.
And the 4th of July, fireworks being set off by the bird controller. As this Emperor 175 landed safely. Got an A330 up next and an A350. The culprit of the fireworks, I think, is over there. Let's quickly turn back. We have 2 consecutive heavies up next. Delta Airlines Flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. And Corendon Flight 598 arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. Howdy Tom, goedemiddag. Meta Football TV says tinfoil hats aren't good in bad weather with lightning. Indeed. No, but with all the hacking going on, satellites being hacked next to me, not sure if I feel safe without my tinfoil hat. Hey, is he tuning in from Sydney? I think we have more than just 2 Sydney inhabitants watching right now, Alvin being the other one, obviously. Captain Harry POV says, what did I miss? Well, I'm not sure if you saw the go-around of the A320neo of Play. That's the only go-around we've seen so far. Delta Airlines Flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Mini soda, absolutely. Soda. Right, time for the first A350 of the show, inbound. We saw, of course, the Finn-errr A350 Moomin momentarily pass overhead. And this is the first A350 coming in. Corendon Airlines, operated by World to Fly, Flight 598, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. 8 hours 47 minutes underway. 2-year-old airplane, first flight April 2022. Michael asks about CRJs today. 1 or 2 we've already seen. 1 at least. I'm not sure if we saw 2 or not. At least 1. Izzy asks about Russell the Crow. He was here earlier. I think he is hiding in the grass. He was sitting on one of the street lights earlier. And as soon as I pointed my camera to him, he did a Gary Grebe and duck under. Went into the grass. Never to be seen again. Interesting question, Dawa. Does this airplane have Dutch pilots? I don't know. It has a Spanish registration. If it is a wet lease, then the pilots are probably Spanish. I think it probably is a wet lease, since Corendon doesn't operate the A350 themselves, so they would need to hire type-rated pilots, particularly for this flight. So it's probably Spanish pilots who are type-rated for the A350, since Corendon... Sorry? I don't think that they also, I think they also didn't see the memo. Hey Grace, tuning in from Sardinia, good to see you again. Hope all is well, welcome back. Hadi Helen, Helen, thank you for your kind words. Helen says, love this channel. Marissa also back in the chat, good to see you Marissa. Hope all is well. You missed the go around of play. We got to see play twice today. If you weren't lurking already at the time. Next up, Hans' favorite airliner, Vueling. I'm also hearing something overhead. Ah, nice. Something overhead, but no contrail. Flying immediately overhead from south to north. Iberia? It is a Dreamliner, but I'm not sure. Is that Iberia? I think it might be. Oh no, Han, we missed your favorite airplane. Next up, back-to-back heavies. KLM flight 604 up first, arriving from LAX, 787-10 Dreamliner, Delta Airlines flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota up next. Curious to see what the wind is doing. A refresh of the wind says 17 knots of wind from 220 degrees still, so that is that still...
Welcome back to the Schiphol weatherman!
Is that the same? I think it is still the same meter. Just a quick check. Hi Jan! Hello from hello!
Thank you once again for watching the Schiphol weatherman!
This is KLM flight 604, arriving from LAX, 787-10 Dreamliner. 9 hours and 44 minutes underway, the PH-BKH, 4-year-old airplane, first flight May 2020. Little tippy toey. And then a nice wheelie. How about that? Little bit of reverser action there. Bookie Meow, good afternoon. Felix, good afternoon. And Yillard says that what we saw was the Hainan Airlines 787 from Brussels to Shenzhen. Shenzhen. Right. Duly noted. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Dutch cloudy vistas, beautiful cloudy skies. Let's quickly turn back. Delta Airlines up next. A330-300 arriving from Minnesota. Minneapolis, Minnesota. 7 hours and 39 minutes underway to get here. And the airplane is 17 years old. First flight October 2006.
In half an hour we're going to
Paddy has to go. Walking the dogs. Enjoy your walk, Paddy. Maybe until later. Graham also back in the chat. Good afternoon, Graham. Hope all is well. Good to see you again. Yes. They stopped too soon applying the reversers. That's a bit of a pity. Huh?
Until how late are you going to stay here?
Don't know yet. Don't know yet.
In half an hour we're going to fly again.
Okay. Well, I'm going to stick around at least until the two 747s have landed.
That's
The retro was expected around 130, I believe. Cargolux retro, beautiful airplane.
Comes at 12:45.
Tesla asks, question, what caused your passion for plane spotting? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. I always wanted to become a pilot ever since I was little, but glasses initially and color vision deficiency later prevented me from pursuing that career. Now, if you're color vision deficient, you can also skip becoming an air traffic controller or train conductor, is that the right word? Driver of trains? Train driver. Come on, focus. Autofocus is enabled. Yeah, there we go. Chrissy Coot. Doing some cardio. Eating some greens and fibers. Leading an exemplary life for us all. And in the meantime, the next airplane about to touch down, arriving from Stuttgart, KLM B738. Steven Seagal has returned. Where is he? Doing evasive maneuvers. From left to right, up and down. No time to waste, gotta move with haste. The next airplane landing, KLM flight 1042, arriving from Birmingham. No reverser landing. Slots stay shut. And Guitorial Video says, hi boy, Transavia pilot here, nice channel, thank you. If you're still there tomorrow evening, you can film my landing too. Well, unfortunately, most of the time I stream in the mornings. I will probably be doing a stream tomorrow, but probably until the A380 has landed or something. If you're landing in the evening, I'm afraid I'm probably not going to be around for it. E2 Embraer up next, arriving from Bergen. Bergen. 1 hour and 21 minutes on the way. And so far, one go around only. Play A320neo. Howdy Ed, aka the Yankee Tucker. Nice nickname, the Yankee Tucker. Let's see, 2 airplanes visible. The R3 on the glide slope and the 4th is turning in. The 4th being A KLM B77W arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Third airplane not yet visible is number 175 arriving from Genoa, and the first two are 737 and A320. This is KLM flight 1614 arriving from Milan. 1 hour 21 minutes underway. The PHBXU, 18 years old, first flight April 2006. Hey, it is Captain Jerry, also back in the chat. Portland represented. Hope you're doing well, Jerry. Jerry and Evan holding the fort on behalf of our West Coast viewers in the United States. Marina also back in the chat. Good to see you, Marina. Welcome back. Hope all is well. Next up, Aer Lingus. Arrival from Dublin. And there is Harry. No, not Harry. Russell Crowe. Now, he is this, I thought this was his toilet. Last couple of times he was sitting there, we saw him taking a dump. He is behaving, the clouds are also behaving. No finger flippers just yet. This is Aer Lingus flight 604 returning from Dublin, 1 hour and 8 minutes on the way. That's a bit longer than normal. It's the Eidel, E-I-D-E-L. 19 years old already, first flight March 2005. Edgar Allan Crowe. Right, I count 481 likes. That means 19 likes away from Wolfgang, aka Austrian Wolf, dropping a box of gifted memberships, he said. 19 more needed, almost there. And Tom says another Vueling in 30 minutes. Well, Han, if you're watching, sounds like there's a natural moment for you to go to the Blue or grab a fresh cup of coffee in 30 minutes. We see airplane number 3 in the distance, turning in, approaching the glide slope from the east. In the foreground we have an Embraer 175 KLM arriving from Genoa in Italy. An hour and 38 minutes underway. 7-year-old airplane, first flight February 2017. Next up, a big bird. Arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, KLM flight 622, 777-300 Flight time 7 hours and 42 minutes. The PHBVO, 9 years old, first flight March 2015. Now we have crossed that marking and I see boxes being opened. Thank you so much. Incredible support there by Captain Jerry Donnelly, who just now gifted 10 memberships. What the actual F? And if that isn't enough, Also, Alvin just now gifting 10 memberships. And also Austrian Wolf, 10 memberships gifted by him. So that is 30 gifted memberships. Thank you all three so much. Wolfgang, Alvin, Jerome. If you are one of the recipients of the gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you to the recipient, to the donor of your memberships. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Those new members, guys, incredible support. Very generous of you. You really shouldn't have. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. Custom emojis are now at your disposal for a month. If you like the custom emojis, consider renewing your subscription after it ends after a month. We have 2 747s still coming, Thomas. 747s are still underway. Let me see. We have Transavia arriving from Preveza up first. Flight 5792. 2 hours and 49 minutes underway. 737-800. 14 years old. First flight April 2010. Let's do an update of the quad squad after this landing. Because I am curious myself as well. Let's have a look, shall we? First up, let's do a refresh of the METAR, which, well, it's about to get renewed. 16 knots of wind, but that is from 32 minutes ago, so we're just a couple of minutes too early with updating the METAR. In the meantime, over here we have a couple of airplanes of interest. SLM sends over the A330, expected 5 minutes to 1. First Queen is flying in the vicinity of Cambridge, expected 3 minutes to 1, half an hour from now. Cargolux Retro over here just west of Ireland is expected 1:51. That's going to be the last airplane of today, probably. Emirates A380 is expected 1:14. Expect that to land on runway 27. We can see it from over here, but probably only in the distance. Patrick has to go. Patrick, thanks for joining. Beterschap. Hopefully your sore throat will get better soon. Right. Next up, KLM Flat 765 arriving from Bonaire. 9 hours and 4 minutes on the way. A330-300, the PH AKD. 12-year-old airplane. First flight March 2012. The airplane behind it is KLM Flat 744, 777-300 arriving from Lima in Peru. Royal Air Maroc once again coming to the Netherlands, flying in the background as number 3. Don't think we can see it already. Arriving from Casablanca. Last minute crubbing. Look at the pitch. Nice. And reversers. What the fudge? That was a spectacular landing, even though it didn't go around. And we're getting a butt shot, I think, or not? No, skipping the first exit. Not yet. Now also a massive big thank you to Evan for your super sticker. 100 underlined twice. Absolutely, hell yeah. Thank you so much, my friend. Let's quickly turn back. 777-300 arriving from Lima in Peru up next. KLM Flight 744, 11 hours and 42 minutes underway already. Nearly half a day. The PH-BVW, 3 years old, first flight January 2021. Yeah, why not do a wheelie? Captain Showboat in the house. Check it out. How about that? Crosswind? Nah, let's do a wheelie. Impressive skill. Nicely done. Let's see. KLM flight 1006. That is London Heathrow, right? Let's see. Royal Air Maroc is next. Arrival from Casablanca, flight 852, 737-800, 2 hours and 52 minutes underway. The airplane is 7 years old, first flight January 2017. Okay, well, if Eddie is coming in from London, he will land on this runway regardless, so yeah, I guess we could stay around. Absolutely. 205, right? Okay, so Eddie will be the last. Eddie's flight will be the last airplane of the day then. Expected 205. That's the flight from London Heathrow to Amsterdam. Sitting on the right hand side. Right, next up, Royal Air Maroc, 2 hours and 53 minutes on the way. Flat landing. Right, let's see. Next up, E2 Embraer 195 and a LOT Embraer 195. Don't get these two confused. One has big ass engines and the other doesn't and has winglets. And I guess we will, unless the flight is really delayed, of course. This is KLM flight 1030 arriving from Manchester. E2 Embraer 195. 47 minutes underway. And Siegfried flight mode is absolute bullshit. That is absolutely not necessary to put your phone in flight mode. I linked a video in the community section months ago which explains why it isn't necessary. The only effect it has is it might disturb some signals on the ground, but your airplane is not going to crash even if everybody is using their Wi-Fi, or at least try to communicate, get a Wi-Fi connection. Flight mode is utter bullshit in that respect. So as long as Eddie keeps on his Wi-Fi, as long as he hasn't taken off and has climbed to a couple of thousand feet, he probably will have good reception. Next up is an Embraer 195, lot flight 263, arrival from Warsaw. 1 hour and 43 minutes on the way. The SPLNE. 11 years old, first flight October 2012. That was a very polished landing. Not a lot to see, except this lot. Also a massive big thank you to Vinny TV Adventures, who celebrates 8 months of membership, and he writes: Goedemorgen boy, good morning boy. Groetjes van Leon en oma Ans. Grandma Ans and Leon also watching. Thank you so much for your continued support, Vinny. Greetings back to all of you. Hope you still like it in the lounge. Hope the seats are still to your liking. Do let me know if something isn't to your liking.
Oi.
Yeah.
I'm trying again with the satellite.
No? Not?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Another another try to get satellite. Have you guys not succeeded in the first couple of tries then?
Oh yeah, we did. We saw there's Italy in the picture, and there's a lot of noise on the part where the Netherlands is.
Yeah, that would be me screaming. That's the noise. That's the noise in the Netherlands. A lot of noise on the footage in the Netherlands. Another go shortly. If you tuned in later and you're thinking, what the F is going on, what are they talking about? We're trying to hack the satellites here, and we're trying to get the Beluga to land on Polderbaan, thinking that it is in Germany, landing on Polderbaan. We forgot to put Welcome to Germany on the cycling path with luminescent paint. Anyway, also a massive big thank you to Hans, who just now gifted 5 memberships. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say thank you. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. Hans, dankjewel. So kind, so generous. We have a 2 airplane glide slope shot over here. First airplane is KLM flight 1354, arriving from Prague, the Czech Republic. KLM flight 1354, 1 hour and 6 minutes underway. 4-year-old airplane, and we have a 777-200 in the background, arriving from Guayaquil. First up is 737. Bit bumpy. It has Wi-Fi on board. Nice Wi-Fi hump. Let's quickly turn back. Next up, KLM flight 751, arriving from Guayaquil, and that is in This is 777-200 Errr. 11 hours and 6 minutes underway. The PH BQA, 20 years old, first flight September 2003. Also a big thank you to Evan for once again a nice super sticker with 100 underlined twice. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you so much, Evan. And indeed, Finn-errr says you can watch Amos live on the plane. Oh, Frank wants to know on which frequency are you watching those satellites?
137.1
137.1 megahertz.
Yeah.
Isn't that also being used for air traffic communications?
The air traffic band. So
Yeah.
often you get the disruptions in your image because the pilot is sending a signal.
And you are disrupting the communication of the pilot.
And you're just listening.
Ah, listening, yeah. Okay. You've got yourself covered in excuses. I hear it. Oh, you are licensed. Oh, you are licensed. Okay. So then it's all legal. It's all legal. Okay. We don't have to call Saul then. Better not call Saul.
Listening is like radio. Just do it.
You don't have to have a license, only if you want to transmit probably. Or,
Transmit, yes.
yeah. Chinese triple, outbound. Choina, Southern Cargo, 777 freighter. Right, Eddie is getting pushed back at Heathrow. Thanks for the update, mate. Well, it's a 45-minute flight on average, so once you're airborne... Cool. Ben J says, great work, AMS Live. I'm having a lovely Sunday morning watching this. Well, thank you so much for your kind words, Ben, and welcome to the show. Not sure if this is your first time here. I'm happy to hear that you're enjoying yourselves. Single and yourself. Got Air Canada Flight 808 in the background, which I think is a 777-200 long range. Or is it a... yeah, that's a 200 long range. Before that, Vueling arriving from Alicante. Flight 1377, A320, flight time 2 hours 9 minutes. Nicely crabbing. So far, just one go around. Play A320neo went around. I boarded quite early. We'll probably make it into another video separately. Spot the dot with Vueling. And Atlas Air confirmed for Polderbaan. Thanks for the update, Marissa. It was expected, but it's always nice to get confirmation.
It's working.
It's working. Cool.
I think it's gonna be better than the last one.
All the satellites are now going to crash down in the ocean.
The only problem is this one is eclipsed, so it means there's something with it. I don't know. I'm not an expert. Eclipse is like when something is wrong with it, and then you don't really get good enough photos.
Okay.
This one has not a lot of
Something in the way. Okay. Pictures got eclipsed. So when is the next opportunity to take pictures? Okay.
So the last time we checked.
Well,
So I think.
so it's the same satellite, but then it has to go around the Earth one more time.
No, it's not the same. I think it's gonna be the 15th.
Okay.
Now we're doing the 19th.
Okay.
Okay, good.
No 119.
No, 19. 19. Well, a lot back and forthing, but still a very solid landing there. Canada flight 808, 777-200 long range, returning from Toronto to the Netherlands. And no reversers at all. Yeah, idle reversers, but they already shot. Boring. Next please. we do get a butt shot, I think. Yeah, it is turning in for the butt shot, so we do get a nice butt shot. A boot shot, apologies. That's what I was talking about. And we have our buddies, friends and guys in the foreground. That's what I'm talking about.
Just don't listen in the background. Stuff.
Just stuff in the background.
Dutch stuff. Or weird.
Now in the
Especially
meantime...
because I don't like strawberries.
Yeah, but you're weird. Yeah, but Hans, they're not transmitting on 137.1, but receiving, just listening in.
Yeah, it's 173.103.000.
173. 37, I think Jindrusik said.
137.
Yeah, 137.
137.100.
In the meantime, very airy landing, but it's stuck to landing and nicely done. KLM 737 without a Wi-Fi hump. Hi there, Keanu. Hey there. Good afternoon. Any go-arounds? Yeah, absolutely. We have seen just one so far. Was the Play A320neo that boarded relatively early. Did land without any issues on second try. Not sure if it was very spectacular. I think might warrant a separate video later today. Hey there, Tony. Goedemiddag.
Now I got the frequency. It's 137.103.000.
Right, 137 something something something.
137.103.
You have to put it. You have to put the right tune to it. Then you can remember it. Like 0118999 You have to put it. You have to play the right tune to it, and then you can. Then you can remember a 20-digit song. It's the new number for the emergency services, with better looking drivers and faster ambulances. And Grace asks, what are those guys doing there? They're trying to get satellite pictures from weather satellites.
Noah.
The NOAA satellites.
No offense for anyone named Noah watching this.
That was unexpected. Actual use of the reverse thrust there.
We're now making the satellite images.
Right, satellite image making is now in progress. Delta Airlines Flight 144 up next. Is that the first A330neo of today? I think it might be. It's arriving from Seattle, Washington. Flight 144, 9 hours and 9 minutes underway. The airplane is a year old, had its first flight in September 2022.
Well, we're gonna. My dad's gonna send the satellite images to my Gmail, and then I'll email them.
Ah, cool. Looking forward. I'm curious. I know satellite images from the internet, but I don't know what they look like if you download them yourselves.
Well, they're black and white.
Black and white.
Don't,
Retro.
Don't freak out.
We can color them.
I don't know if we can color them.
Delta Airlines returning from Seattle, Washington.
Ooh.
Tiptoe, tiptoe. Nice. In the meantime, the sky over here still has bits of blue in it. That would be the Viagra, and you can see the effect it has on the windsock. Windsock being quite erect. And you can see a lot of blue in the sky, so there's a lot of Viagra over here. Not over here. But where the windsock is, there does seem to be so. Next up, TAP Air Portugal, arrival from Lisbon, with Vueling arriving from Valencia behind it, and after that, the A330 from Malef Aero, the rental Suriname Errrways.
The image
arriving.
is gone. It's better than the last one.
Cool. Images
Although,
success.
Yeah, it's a lot of clouds. You see.
TAP Air Portugal up next, A319, flight 668, 2 hours and 20 minutes underway. CSTTO, 24 years old, first flight November 1999, so it is a millennial. It is 9 minutes to 1, so I'm thinking runway 27 is also going to open up pretty soon. It would be nice if it stayed closed, but probably not. Roy says A380 take a turn and it looked like it flies to the Polderbaan. Let's pray to Jesus. Well, or have a look on Omgevingsinfo Schiphol. What does it say? If it is already in Dutch airspace, we can see what runway it has been assigned to on that website. And Marissa says A380 to runway 27 as expected. Yeah, so we're going to see Suriname, we're going to see the 2747s, we're going to see Eddie arriving from London pretty soon. The A380 unfortunately will not be landing in the vicinity.
Photos success, I just looked at it. You
Cool.
can see the Netherlands, but not our exact location. You just
We're not visible on the satellite image. Shit.
we're just behind the clouds.
Gust of wind. Let me fixate the tripod for a moment. Interesting. Interesting.
But we can see a little bit. We can see Zeeland. So
Right, and Frank is giving us the stats of the NOAA 19 satellite. The longitude, the latitude, the height, the velocity,
oh yeah, I see.
and the periodicity. So it makes a turn around the Earth in 101.85 minutes. Or at least that's what I'm expecting it means. Next up, Vueling, flight 8353, A320, arriving from Valencia. 1 hour 59 minutes it has flown, now landed. 18-year-old airplane, first flight April 2006. Right, next up. Next up, Malef Aero, flying for Suriname, flight 994, A330-200, arriving from Paramaribo, 8 hours and 52 minutes underway. The airplane is 22 years old, first flight July 2002. So we have Finn-errr A330-200 now, we have seen Privilege style, we have seen Plus Ultra. It's a new airline company every week almost. Little bouncy. No reverser, no nothing. We do get a little butt shot.
How late is the first 747?
The first 747? Probably in a few minutes. It is on approach already. Let's see. Next up, KLM flight 1602, 737-900, arriving from Rome, 1 hour and 54 minutes on the way. The airplane is 22 years old, first flight October 2001. Oh. Hey, goeiedag Klaas. Ook weer over. Hey, dankjewel. Hey, is goed. Fijn weekend. Fijne dag jongens. There is a 747 coming.
Called it.
Let's see, Transavia up first. My chat is also acting up a little bit. There we go. Let's see, Transavia arriving from Alicante with the 747 behind it. Now it is crabbing nicely. Just have a look at the touchdown and then back to the 747. It has landed safely. Right, here we go. First of two 747s coming in. This is Atlas Air 747-8 arriving from Miami, Florida. Atlas Air flight 54, 21, 8 hours and 11 minutes ago. Airplane is 11 years old, first flight February 2013.
Wait, where did you say it's from?
It's arriving from Miami.
Miami. It's Miami.
I think people in the chat think that you should calm down a little bit. You are very present on the microphone. Not everybody is enjoying that very much. Yeah. We know it is well meant, but sometimes people are thinking it is a little bit much, I read. Now let's listen to the Queen. Let's hope she will use the reversers and let's hope she will get loud. Nope. Right. Maybe Turkish will do better. Turkish A330-300 up next, flight 1957 arriving from Istanbul, 2 hours 59 minutes on the way. The TCJOD, 10 years old, first flight June 2014. Wind is definitely picking up here. Let's see if we can do a refresh of the METAR. Have a quick look for you guys. Wind is picking up, or at least it feels like it is picking up, becoming a bit more gusty. Wind speed 17 knots now from 240 degrees. No gusts reported, still warnings of towering cumulus clouds. It feels like it is picking up. I think that the METAR might be lagging a little bit. They're absolutely crabbing a bit more than they did earlier in the stream, the heavies. Still, solid landing. Right. Two airplanes on the glide slope right now. Third one is turning in. What time was the second 747 expected? That was past 1:30, wasn't it? Or let's see what time it is expected. Where is it now? Flying in the vicinity of Liverpool. Expected 10 minutes to 2. So that is a race between Eddie arriving from Heathrow, who has been pushed back already. Almost think he might arrive earlier then. Meanwhile, Air China Cargo 747 took off from Polderbaan. Yeah, got that one in sight. Over here, Air Choina Cargo flying in between the clouds. Chinese triple back to Choina. This is KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Toulouse with nothing to lose except the landing. But that they didn't lose. Nicely done. 1 hour and 35 minutes it has taken them to get here. And Turkish A330 asymmetrically applied the reversers there. And Eddie says, on my way. I think you'll be here sooner than the 747 then, mate. That's definitely not, if you are on your way, that's definitely not going to be an arrival at 5 minutes past 2 then. Right, Grace says goodbye, has to go to the beach. Duty calls. Now, things over here are not calming down, folks. It feels like it is picking up. METAR says 17 knots of wind still. Not sure about that. This is KLM flight 914 arriving from Aberdeen, 737-700. 13 years old, no Wi-Fi on board apparently. And as Grace is leaving, Jane is arriving. Hi there, Jane, good to see ya. Late to the game today. You missed a go-around of the Play A320neo today, which I probably will make into a separate video. It was an early abortion of the landing, but so far the only one. All landings have been very solid so far. EasyJet A320neo arriving from Boshell in the foreground. In the background we see Air France A320neo, and there should be another 737 approach from the left in the background somewhere, arriving from Barcelona. Hans Day is asking where our Dutch beach weather is staying. Well, not over here. Well, you could go to the beach with your winter jacket on and your scarf, and your gloves. Yeah, Sint Maarten is part of the Netherlands. Yeah, if you, yeah, no, true. Yeah. Yeah, you just need to refer to the right part of the kingdom.
Yes.
Omdenken, as we would say in Dutch. Think around. Think it the other way around. Reason it into the other direction. Ben from Haarlem says, hi boy and everyone, greetings from Haarlem. Greetings back, Ben. Let me point the camera towards Schalkwijk so you can wave. Where are you further to the north? We're not seeing any waves yet, Ben. Not seeing anything just yet. In that case, we'll have to make do with what we can see on the glide slope for now. Air France A320neo arriving from Paris, up first. KLM 737-700 arriving from Barcelona is already visible. Number 2. Third airplane is a 737-900 arriving from Edinburgh. And as I thought, that is the SkyTeam livery. So we saw the PHBVD and now also the 737 SkyTeam livery. Will it land? The EasyJet did. Air France have built a reputation of going around lately. Okay, main gear touchdown. Might still go around. Nose gears down. It might still go around. The reversers are applied. But let's wait and see if it goes around still. You never know. Could still happen. So far it looks good. If I have to call it, I would say a go around at this stage is very unlikely. But let's follow the airplane a bit longer, you never know. EasyJet 737, KLM 737-700 up next, arriving from Barcelona. KLM flight 1512, 1 hour 46 minutes on the way. The PHBGH, 14 years old, first flight November 2009. And Matt is going to watch cycling. Is that the Tour de France still going on? I absolutely live under a rock when it comes to these kinds of events, so I wouldn't know for sure. Also a massive big thank you to Peter K, who just now gifted the membership, to Ben, who was the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Ben. And thank you so much, Peter, for gifting a membership to what turns out to be Ben. Right. No issues there. SkyTeam 737. Haven't seen SkyTeam Embraer 190 in a while now. I think someone in the chat said earlier in the week that it hasn't flown since May or something. Hi.
Ik volg je.
Wat leuk. Wie ben jij?
Ik ben die Planwatcher Aviation.
Planwatcher Aviation. Leuk man. Hoi.
Hoi. Ja.
Komt ook eventjes gedag zeggen. Leuk. Ben je er al lang?
Ja, ik ben 1 maand lid.
Nee, ik bedoel, ben je hier vandaag?
Ja, ik ben vandaag
Heb je de go-around van Play gezien?
Nee, ik ben nog net gekomen.
Oh, je bent pas net gekomen hier. Oh joh.
Ja.
Leuk man.
Maar wat laat die avond
Eindelijk ontmoet. Leuk.
Ja, dat wel ja.
Ik heb jou de foto's over je e-mail gestuurd.
Oh, leuk. Jan Trustek just sent me the satellite pictures that he has taken over the email. Looking forward to see that. SkyTeam 737-900. Landed safely. Planwatcher Aviation also here. With the entire family, I think. De hele familie hier. Leuk. De A380 die gaat naar de andere baan. Maar er komt zometeen een Cargolux 747 Retro. Die is heel mooi, die heeft een zwarte neus.
Ja, ik heb ook mijn eigen kanaal.
Leuk.
En, ik heb mijn eerste video begonnen met de A380 Emirates. Daarna meteen vervolgd door Azerbeidzjan Choc-y 777.
Leuk man.
En daarna met A330 en 777 van
Ah.
en Turkish.
Dus je maakt allemaal video's van vliegtuigen die hier landen en dan... Plan Aviation, a new channel, just begun. Making videos of the planes landing here. Hey World Aviation, good to see you again. Hope all is well. Watching on the laptop in the Korean train. Right, we have TUI, the MAX 8 arriving from Mayon over here. 2 hours and 5 minutes on the way. The PHTFO, 5 years old, first flight January 2019. Embraer 175 in the background, arriving from Stavanger. lot of traffic is now going to runway 27. Yeah.
6 minutes.
6 minutes for
Cargolux.
Cargolux. 6 minutes still. Oh wow. How time flies.
Or
Polder.
at the McDonald's there.
Maar oh, de A380 bedoel je? Oh. Je... Nee joh, ben je gek? So we have two posses of crews now sitting here. Jendrosek, Lorenzo, and I forgot your name. Sorry, what was your name again? Sorry? Dennis. Dennis the Menace. And the family of Plan Aviation is also sitting here. Plan Aviation is standing next to me, also making films and photos. So a crew, a posse of posses. Wil je ook nog even gedag zeggen op de camera of wil je dat liever niet? Hoeft niet hoor. Als je dat niet wil, dan hoeft dat niet.
Als ik gedag zeg met mijn gezicht. Of
Hoeft niet hoor, als je het niet wil. Het is wel video. Ja, ja.
niet live.
Wel live.
Wel live.
Ja. Zullen we het dan maar niet doen? Dan doen we het niet. Right, Embraer 175 landed safely here. Just still one go around. Remarkably, only one. Let's see, the A380 is where? Where is the A380? Has it landed already? That's odd. Has the A380 already landed? I'm not seeing it on flight radar. Is that me? That's on. Right. Well, in that case, let's focus on what we can see best, and I think that is this E2 Embraer. Oh, already landed. That explains. Right, we have an E2 Embraer that is crabbing its way over here. We should, on paper, see a regular Embraer 190 behind it. I think the clouds are in the way. It looks like it overshot a little and approaches the glide slope from the right, but I'm not seeing anything on either side of the E2, so we'll see soon enough. This is KLM flight 1200 arriving from Oslo. 1 hour 19 minutes in the way. Brand new airplane. First flight July 2023. Right, you can see quite a few people are already over here. At the parking lot even more. Quite busy here. Still windy. On the scale of chimney smoke, this is what it currently looks like over there. We have another Embraer coming this way, and this time around we can see the number 2. The number 2 is another E2 Embraer, and in the foreground we have a regular Embraer 190 arriving from Geneva. 1 hour and 10 minutes underway, 15 years old, first flight April 2009. Yeah?
Where the 747 now is?
The 747. Let's see. Flying in the vicinity of Norwich. So KLM Embraer 190, flight 1932, arriving from Geneva, 1 hour and 11 minutes underway. The PHEZD, 15 years old, first flight April 2009. The retro Cargolux 747, just checked, flying in the vicinity of Norwich, still has to cross the North Sea. Eddie already on the way, arriving from London Heathrow. You guys remember which row he was sitting in? He was already seated on the right hand side. He said he was going to shine the light. Well, on an Embraer we can definitely see that. I'm thinking that if he pushes his face in front of the window we should also be able to see it.
Ik ben bij de Polderbaan. Schiphol. Ja.
Next up, E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Manchester. KLM flight 1032. 47 minutes underway. The PHNXB, 3 years old, first flight February 2021. Row 8, window 7. Okay, so somewhere in the front. Before the wings, at least. In front of the wings. Right. I am wondering. Let's see. I think there might be a runway inspection upon us. The Ryanair 737 arriving from Dublin is flying at 7,000 feet still. So it is going to pass overhead and is going to land on runway 27. Not sure how... Are the other channels, are the other airplanes flying on the west side of Schiphol, have they been assigned to the Polderbaan, Iceland Air for instance, and the 737 arriving from Lyon? Because the Ryanair 737 arriving from Dublin is going to skip overhead. It's going to land on runway 27. Ah, Lobbertje, AMS Live, the best channel ever. Well, those are big words. There are a lot of YouTube channels out there. Careful what you say. Right. We'll have to wait now. I don't know. Has anybody checked Iceland Air Flight 500? Has it been assigned to Polderbaan? Iceland Air also runway 27. Okay, KLM from Lyon is coming to Polderbaan. Thanks, Marissa. So we're going to miss Iceland Air. It is going to runway 27. Makes me wonder. I think I already see the vehicle in the background, ready for an inspection.
They're coming, there's 7378 from Dublin, Ryanair.
Ja, die gaat naar de andere landingsbaan. Die vliegt nog te hoog. Dus die ga je niet zien. Die vliegt nog heel hoog. Die gaat naar de buitenvelderbaan.
Buitenvelder is toch center?
Nee. Center is Zwanenburg. Buitenvelder is de Mackie.
Ja. Ik kan altijd door elkaar.
Ja, ik ook hoor. 18 links en rechts, 36 links en rechts. Almost confusing.
Don't remember center.
Well, center is open officially, but only for outbound until September. They first have to calibrate the ILS system and whatnot. So whenever inbound traffic is going from north to south, normally speaking.
For lucky, I'm gonna land on the Polderbaan. But I'm getting back to Luxembourg.
That normally would be a flight that lands on the Polderbaan, I think.
Yeah, we're coming around 6 o'clock.
Depending on the wind.
Yeah. 5:35. I don't see ourselves for student.
Dus even kijken, Ryanair is intussen al doorgevlogen. Ha, Lucas, good afternoon, morning. Hi Johanna, prachtige lucht, lovely sky, ja. Friendly clouds still, no clouds have flipped me off yet. No need to flip them back. They are well behaved, the clouds, today. Meanwhile, still a bit windy. On the scale of chimney smoke. Still status quo. Now, 767 from Iceland Air will also be going to runway 27. Question is, will we be able to see it? I think that the clouds are going to be in the way. The 737 arrival from Lyon is coming this way, Bursa said. I'm already checking to my left to see if I can spot it. Not yet. Let's see. Right, KLM flight 1006 confirmed for Polderbaan. That's Eddie's flight ETA 1352. Nice. So it's going to be a race between the 747 Retro Cargolux and Eddie, who is coming in from London. Peter K says Iceland Air 767 in 7 minutes. Yeah, but 7 minutes on runway 27. Or is it coming this way? Still flying at 5,925 feet. Let's see, 737 arriving from Lyon. Turning in for the base leg. I'm not sure where it is. I'm just pointing the camera and zooming in a little bit in the direction where I'm now looking over the camera. I have absolutely no idea where that 737 is and whether or not we can see it. I haven't succeeded in seeing a single airplane just yet today that is flying on the base leg. Iceland Air is continuing, is going to runway 27. And Eddie will be first. Cool. Now, somewhere over there, a KLM 737-800 is flying base and is expected to turn in.
He's not coming for PA, the Polderbaan.
Welke?
767.
The 767. No, the 767 was assigned to runway 27. The 73. Oh, and the 737. What is it doing? No, it is turning in. It is turning in. And that is a seagull. Again, think the clouds are impeding our visibility. Jeff asks if he has time to grab a coffee before the Cargolux. You definitely do, mate. Do in 20 or so minutes from now. So, with Eddie being expected to land before the retro Cargolux, that does make the retro Cargolux once again the probable last airplane of today's show. There it is. Only now faintly visible. That's more thanks to the lights that we can see it. Now it is 1:30, so another 30 minutes of runway 27 being open for arrivals. Second airplane is turning in for Polderbaan, but the clouds undoubtedly in the way. In the meantime, KLM flight 1432 is slowly but surely coming this way, banking left and right, battling the crosswind, arriving from Lion, wow. There is the number 2, just appeared, Embraer 190 KLM arriving from Turin. And Vueling is flying base, arriving from Malaga, A320, expected to be number 3. KLM flight 1432, arriving from Lyon. 1 hour and 9 minutes underway, 737-800, 23 years old, first flight December 2000. Another 737 using the reversers there, highly improbable. But it still happened. Next up will be KLM flight 1640, Embraer 190 arriving from Turin. 1 hour 20 minutes underway, 6 years old, first flight February 2018. Michael says 737 loudest planes today, what the fudge? Indeed, indeed. And Jane says there's now a soundbite of boys saying "row" on the internet. Yep, there is. KLM flight 1640 over here, battling the winds. Embraer 190, returning home from Turin, Torino. 1 hour and 21 minutes underway, 6-year-old airplane. Let's look and listen. Next up, Hans' favorite airline. It is Vueling. Spot the dot. Flight 8365 arriving from Malaga. Malaga ice cream. What is in Malaga ice cream? Krenten, eh? Yeah, raisins. And what else? Yeah? Rum raisins, yeah, something like that.
Vanilla ice with rum and raisins.
I have to buy some and give it a test. I remember that back in the day when I was little I did eat it, but sorry?
Let's do it with an empty stomach.
With an empty stomach. Yeah, particularly with an empty stomach.
That's the greatest.
Malaga is stracciatella.
Stracciatella, yeah, but that's the stracciatella I have eaten more regularly lately.
With lemon to freshen it up a bit. Lemon ice.
Lemon ice?
Yeah.
Together with stracciatella?
Yeah.
Really?
Combination.
Oh, sounds great. You know what also is nice? If you have mango sorbet ice and you have fresh strawberries. The combination of sweet and sour. Absolutely. My favorite ice cream is homemade pistachio ice cream. When you have fresh pistachios, you burn them a little bit in the oven, then you mince it into a paste, then...
You have an agreement with my mom.
You need a Chef Boy channel.
Chef Boy channel, yeah, exactly.
Chef's kiss.
As if the OnlyFans page wasn't enough.
Next to the OnlyFans page, yes.
Which, if you haven't seen it yet, there is a link still in the community section. Have a look. There is still a 10% discount if you go to the website via that link.
Wait,
Check it out. You can see the reports of everybody who has commented below it. Everybody is madly enthusiastic. Have a look. Planes and beyond. Check it out if you haven't already.
oh, wait. Let's do an OnlyFans with the chef's kiss.
An OnlyFans with the chef's kiss. Mwah.
Joking, but with OnlyFans.
Yeah, plenty of inspiration for second and third and fourth channels here. I hear it already. Right.
Let's make condensed human milk. Oh.
Let's see, next up we have another E2 coming in from Bilbao. The bioplane arriving from Bilbao. E2 Embraer 195, 1 hour and 30 minutes on the way. The PH NXO, a year old, first flight January 2023. Now everybody is talking about their favorite ice cream. Strawberry sorbet. That also sounds nice. Made with fresh strawberries. My aunt used to make froyo ice creams, popsicle style. So you had those sticks that you put in them, then you freeze them and you would have a popsicle. I tried making it later, but never got as good as she made them. Though froyo is also nice. Not necessarily that much better than regular ice cream with cream, but still. Hebben we gezien alles? De retro Cargolux 747 komt ook nog, hè? Die komt zo meteen. Ah, precies. Niet weggaan voordat je die hebt gezien. Weer eventjes hier een weekje voor vakantie of zo? Leuk, lekker. Waar blijven jullie?
Hetzelfde hotel, NH.
Ah ja, wel een betere kamer?
Zo mooi voorbij. Het is heel goed.
Mooi. Little floaty, but there you go. E2 Embraer. What was your call sign again in the chat? I forgot. What was your call sign again in the chat? Yeah? precies. PPTT Cure Boy and Thierry Leary and the whole family have come over from Germany. So they're the ones I already said hi to earlier. And they're still here for vacation. And we're all waiting. We have 3 pussies now standing here. And everybody is waiting for the Cargolux Retro to come, which is expected. Oh, it's almost there. And we have a couple of heavies behind it as well. 777-300 arriving from Sao Paulo. Delta A330 arriving from Boston behind it.
And we still get a...
As long as the heavies keep coming, I am going to keep rolling the camera.
Yeah, he was in Zandam when the orange sprite was arriving here.
Sorry?
My little brother
Yeah?
was full enthusiastic and I all over the car from right to left
Yeah?
and it was all chaos.
Chaos in the car because you guys saw the orange sprite pass overhead. Nice.
I didn't see them.
We did catch it on film here. It was one of the first airplanes of today's show.
I saw it.
And next up is going to be KLM Flight 1006 with our viewer Eddie on board, who sits on the right hand side, row 7 or 8. So we're going to see the shining of the light.
Turn on your flashlight, maybe we see you.
Once the airplane becomes visible, Eddie has now turned final. There he is. Right. Might make. Well, I'm not sure. No, I think Cargolux is going to make the thumbnail. That's the best looking airplane. But this one might. This is definitely going to get on the highlight reel. The list of highlights, provided that we can see it properly. Yeah, he is coming. He is coming.
Darn it, my plane isn't even.
So Eddie leads, and then it's the Cargolux 747. Eddie's time to shine. I think if Eddie has turned off his phone off airplane mode and is back in regular mode, he would be able to have reception already. Question now indeed, Austrian Wolf, will it land? Right, time to shine. And Her Majesty behind it. What a glorious combo shot there. Steven Seagal. KLM Flight 1006. And for a moment we saw a queen. And there it is again. Cargolux Retro. Spot the dot on the nose. It is coming. Denk het wel, denk het wel. Hangt af van het weer, zoals altijd. Volgens mij is het in de ochtend nog goed.
Is this a flight or the next one?
It's this flight. Eddie should be on board this airplane. Let's have a look. Yes, we have him. Very nice. Below the Y of Royal. Eddie just landed. Welcome to the Netherlands, Eddie. Lorenzo also took a picture. Great show. Now back.
I did it on the front, so maybe.
Probably. You probably did it good. Did you have the burst mode on? The burst mode where you take a lot of pictures back to back. Burst mode is always handy for fast moving objects or for shooting sports.
Otherwise, we're gonna forget it, so. Then we have like, why do we have 5 photos of the same thing?
Yeah, that's burst mode. But at least, usually one of them is always good.
I'm gonna send them to you.
Cool. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, my dad sent weather photos already.
Yeah, he sent. He said so. Weather photos. Eddie's action pictures.
And maybe a bonus for Cargolux.
Cargolux is now coming, ladies and gentlemen. What a sight to behold. The retro livery arriving from Miami, Florida. Number 3 on flight radar, tracked by 592 people. Can we get it in the top 2? Not sure how many are needed. Boop the snoot queen. Cargolux 747-400. 8 hours and 7 minutes on the way. The airplane is 18 years old. Looks familiar. The thumbnail. Also with windy conditions. Let's hope she will get loud. Let's look and listen. The crowd is going enthusiastic. And what a nice machine it is, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. Well, there are 3 airplanes left for me to stick around for. We have a Delta A330 arriving from Boston. Sandwich in between is an A319, and the last airplane will be the 777-300 that is now on final, arriving from Sao Paulo. And after that I am going to wrap it up as well. Cargolux, the retro livery, what a magnificent machine. Okay, guys, on to the next. Enjoy the rest of your day. Was nice having you guys around.
Till next time.
See you next time, mates. Wel thuis. Hoi. James Rossick, Lorenzo and Dennis on their way. Next up, Delta Airlines flight 243 arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. Evan is getting ready for 6 AM church. TV will be on, but peace out from chat. Peace out, my man. Yes. A330 finally delivering. Flight 242 having arrived from Boston, Massachusetts. 9-year-old airplane, first flight January 2015. Now, 600 likes and a $6 super chat from Alvin saying 600 likes. Thank you so much, everyone. I wholeheartedly concur. Thank you all so much for 600 likes, folks. And also a big thank you to Yin, who celebrates 10 months of membership. 10 months go by. Thank you for your hard work. Jin, thank you so much for everything you have been doing to support the channel as a member, but also as a moderator. I hope you still like it in the lounge and as a moderator. Do let me know if something isn't to your liking. Hope you will stick around for many more 10-month periods to come, if not as a moderator or member, then at least as a frequent visitor. And also a big thank you on behalf of Austrian Wolf for the 600 likes. Thank you, Austrian Wolf, for the super chat. You really shouldn't have, you know that. Thank you all so much for that. Quickly back to the camera controls. The penultimate airplane of the day, almost touching down. It's a small A319 EasyJet, British Airways. Apologies. BA. Also arriving from London Heathrow. Last airplane of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get loud and let's get that super sticker out. It is a 777-300 arriving from Sao Paulo, KLM flight 792. 10 hours and 48 minutes this airplane has been flying to get here. 12-year-old airplane, first flight June 2012, the PHBVI. Shit's vibrating like mad here. Let me fixate the tripod to mitigate it somewhat. Still a bit breezy over here. Also a massive big thank you to Evan, who did say peace out from the chat, but not before sending a super sticker 100 underlined twice. Thank you all so much. And Evan, thanks. Right, that's more like it. Let's get loud and louder in the chat. There we go. Touchdown. There it was, ladies and gentlemen, the last airplane for today's show. Hope you guys had as much fun as I did. It was a great show here. A lot of wind, a lot of folk, a lot of airplanes, one go around and one shining the light by Eddie. It was a tremendous stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you did and you haven't already, don't forget to drop a like, spread the content, like the show, subscribe if you haven't already to stay informed of upcoming live streams. A massive big thank you to everyone for the support, for the likes, for the super stickers, the super chats, the memberships, the gifted memberships, the merch store purchases, the PayPal donations. Thank you all so much. You guys are what makes this channel great, and this channel is nothing without you guys. Hope to see you in the next one, hopefully tomorrow. Moderators, lastly, a big thank you to you for once again keeping the chat friendly and accessible to everybody. Hope to see you in the next one. Enjoy the rest of your day. See ya in the next one. Bye bye.